Good afternoon, chat. Today, we are observing a Warband v Warbands, Retribution versus Black Horror. Black Horror is on Destro, and I think they're doing 18 v 18. And apparently, by request of Olathros, they are playing it to full wipe. So my assumption is there's a lot of like Shami reses going on as needed. It'd be super cool to get a Realm Watch account, so I could watch these like flying overhead. Wheelchair versus wheelchair. They're doing, I think they're doing 2 AoE groups and 1 ST group. It's a lot of spinny boys. It's 2 Maras. Actually, let me see. I have the comps. We could just look at it. Here are our comps for the day. And I do like how there's double range Squig Herder on the Destro side for ST. So 4 White Lions, 1 Bright Wizard, 1 Slayer. And I think the Slayer's 2-handed for the ST party. I'm getting raised by some guy from Retri. Okay. I'm gonna do my best to try to track any kills, but it's a little tricky as an observer. The double squig will clap cheeks if it doesn't get dodged. And also, like, armor is a strong counter for it. Good cleansing is a good counter for it. Like, why am I getting hit so much? I feel like that's pretty uncontrolled. Like, this Bright Wizard here. Little random, but that's okay. I'm pretty sure this guy's in the ST party, so he got kicked. Let me double check. BG double range squig. Oh, the BG with Witch Elf. Okay. So they're actually Witch Elf double range squig. That should kill just about anything. But the problem is getting the stake off. I feel like the only way anything big happens in this fight is if we get a stake on an Archmage, and then the AoE team kind of capitalizes. Come here and sit on your mount. We'll report you. No. Okay, we have a dock kill. Looks like the ST parties are kind of facing off a bit here. I feel like the 2-handed Slayer in this terrain is really going to struggle to try to stay on targets. He's going to need a lot of hand holding with some leading the charges. But, I mean, they got the kill on one of the squigs. mean, it seems like Destro's getting a bunch of kills here, and they're have a lot more people alive. Retribution versus Black Horror. Not Dark Terror, unless that's supposed to be. Like, I keep getting staggered by some Rudy. Like, I got invited to cast this, and it feels a little hostile, but that's okay. I have people whispering me, "Come sit on your mount or we're gonna report you." Yeah. I think full melee for the order side is fine. It's in theory it's a bit safer. Kind of how it used to be. We are lightly casting a warband v warband fights. Well, technically it's an 18v18 between two guilds. Retribution, who is on order, and Black Horror, who's on Destro. And I don't know, like, what's happening. I don't know if people are, like, running back from the war camp or getting rezzed, because, like, rezzing should be insanely prevalent with the new changes to Archmage and Shami. So I'm not quite sure where the recovery is all coming from, but it looked like Ret was about to just wipe, and then now they have people back, so I'll see if I can pay attention better here. It'd be nice if they just invited me to the warband so I could watch frames. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I've asked in the past to get like a Realm Watch account so I can watch this Bird Eye, but that has not been granted to me yet. And this fight is being played to full wipe. I would like to see scoreboards at the end of this, because I bet the Archmages are gonna have a ton of reses. They almost killed me once. Some one of their cobs like solo raised me. I was looking at a different window, fixing this. So again, here's the comps we have for today. The third group for both teams is single target, and they're only running 2 AMs, which I guess is fair. But 4 White Lions, 1 Brady, and the 2-handed Slayer for the ST. And Destro is how many? They only have 1 Shaman. Okay. Correct, it's not full warband, it's 18v18. Okay, there's a healer kill. I mean, I'd really expect to see like this squig group cleaning up healers. If they're given yeah, it's another healer kill. If they're given like any amount of room to breathe, they should be just deleting all the healers. And right now they're being given room to breathe, as the order single target team is trying to match value. Wait, is this their healer? Right? Yeah, so that was the healer for the ST team. But god, a 3 DPS group with a Witch Elf and 2 squigs could just rip through your backline. And then if they get 1 stake off, and then a decent CC setup, and 2 healers on your next go, you could very easily capitalize. But if you don't get the stake and the CC on the next goes, they're just gonna get rezzed, and you won't gain too much progress. So it's just kind of like an infinite farm loop. Meanwhile, for AoE teams, basically, they're just looking for any setup, maybe where they can get like a healer interrupt into a synchronized channel with like Mara cooldowns or White Lion cooldowns, and they just delete the entire enemy team. It's a little bit harder for Order to do this because Destro does have access to the tank morale pumps. So you're going to be playing against a lot of M4s. You'll see here, the Borkutta team actually just double M4'd. So that's a miscommunication between their tanks. Will that get punished? I don't know. Probably unlikely. While White Lion Mar channels are really good right now, they can be countered with interrupt. And then, you know, if you get like a Warrior Priest stock melee channel and you don't interrupt that or stop it some way, it's none of that damage is really going to stick very well. So that looked like a hefty Order damage drop. Yeah, look at this Mara, it's just melting. Mara down. Looked like a Call the Weak kill. See, now these range squiggers, they're going to start teeing off again against the single target Order team, which is Two-Hand Slayer and White Lion. So, in theory, quite a bit easier to kite than other things. So you see the Two-Headed Slayer. Like, it's going to be so hard to keep a Two-Headed Slayer alive against that. It's a big oof. Order team has only one heal debuff? Yeah, that's true. The only heal debuff they have is from the Slayer. Yeah, and the Archmage morale pump, it's not even like that much. Like it's enough to be noticeable, but I mean that we all know that's the strength of Destro, is you get the morale pumps on at least two of the tanks. See, what are their comps? Let me double check the tank comps. Black Orc Chosen, and then BG. So yeah, morale pump on every tank. As it should be. I think in this situation, I think it'd be better to have a Slayer in AoE for a heal debuff, a numb, a shatter limbs. All of those things are incredibly powerful. You just trim a White Lion and put in a Slayer. Like, White Lion's great if you can get enough damage to basically just triple pounce one shot. Or in this case, like, yeah, they'd be triple pounce one shot. But I think you don't... If you're not hitting that critical massive damage, you're better off having the utility of the Slayer. It does look like there's being a lot of healer CC traded, but you kind of have to do that at the right time. So I'm not sure if it's amounting to much. This is what I figured. If they're running a lot of Zealots, they're probably doing it for wins. Zealots are very easy to Zerg down. The only survivability you really have in this meta for Zealot is on a 3-minute cooldown. So if you get a 3-minute cooldown, you can just go pound through them. Like if I was playing the Order ST team, I'd probably be chasing these healers a lot. But then you have the problem where if they're all wins and you have a 2-handed Slayer, he's not gonna have a very fun time trying to sit on well, really anything. It's like, do you want to chase Squigs or do you want to chase like Wind Zealots as a 2-handed Slayer? And right now it looks like we're chasing Squigs. Wait, was that a Witch Elf punt? Is this Witch Elf running full sov with a punt? Okay, that's fair. So, so they stake the two-headed Slayer. I disagree with this. I think that's such a low value stake here. But, I mean, at least they got, like, a stake. That will at least, like, pretty seriously hamper the Order single target team for a little while. But, like, honestly, like, the White Lion, if he's Guardian, might be able to just solo things. It's entirely plausible. It looks like he's not doing too much. AoE, we have an Order M4. It's just a bit of a back and forth brawl here. I don't know if I'm seeing too much death on either side. It's a little annoying I can't use enemy kill count to track this because Reichland is also active. Oh yeah, the old morale pump morale. That was totally necessary. Well, so here's oh, we got a stake on an AM. This could be big, and we have a dead Rooney. Rooney takes res late. AM released. So I guess we have rules where they can release and run back. So you get like, I don't know, about a minute of reprieve for whatever kills you get. That's still better than a 30-second stake. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to simulate something close to what like a city siege would be, but with 18. I think this same fight, if it was full 24, the AoE damage would be pretty outrageous, and we'd see a lot of people dying. Or they could possibly run double single target. Honestly, here I much favor the Destro single target team. They can kill basically anything they want really quickly, and they have a stake. I think running right now, I think running a single target without a stake on either side is kind of just throwing. I feel like a lot of times when I check these, how the AoE fight's going, Destro's just going to be cycling through M4s and probably not dying as a result of that, unless they misplay and double M4. Okay, looks like we finally have a reset on the Order single target team. So they're gonna maybe start making moves. I know, I feel like if I was them, I would just be probably running at healers and then maybe swapping to do some AoE, or maybe swapping for like a fast kill on an AoE. Just I would not try to play into the squigs at all, because you're just gonna end up wasting way too much time getting kited and CC'd. It's like, meanwhile, you know, they're being engaged by the Destro single target team, which I think is fine for Destro. They'd be able to get kills here and shut this down. But I also think it'd be better for Destro if they just ran at healers. The highest value you can really get as a single target team is just shutting down as many healers as possible, as quickly as possible, to make the fight end. Let's see if we can catch like a big AoE dump somewhere. Let's put a mark on this guy. Alright, this looks like a big AoE dump they're trying. I expect to see an M4 here. It looked like there was counter CC. Nothing happened as a result of that. I think this is still the first round going on too. I didn't watch for Rune of Rebirth, to be honest. That might have been what that res was, but The thing is that with the new mechanic, as strange as the new mechanic is for Archmage Shaman, they can res quickly a lot, even without the tactic. There's a PG punt on Slayer, so he's gonna be waddling around for the next 10 seconds here. The Squig is letting himself get hit by the... Yeah, I'm not quite sure. That was a little bit ballsy, but that's okay. And he has a Rampage in his two-hander build. That's a little interesting. They get the Squig kill. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, why would you let yourself get hit by a Slayer? That's pretty unwise. So he actually does end up dying as a result of this. Let's see. It's kind of weird line of sight. Let's see if he gets a good res here. Maybe the Zealot's coming for him. Okay, we do get the, yeah, Zealot res. They're trying to finally get some healer kills going on here. Oh, he's cleft in Twain as well. You know, the one thing about two-handed Slayer is if you can get on your target and hit it and not be dead, it's going to just die. You have some of the strongest utility to help kill a target. So I don't care, like, you know, how many guards or detents you have, how many armor tallies you have. There's a very, very high chance that without morale, you just die to a two-handed Slayer in a white line. Here they are on the Witch Elf. Yeah, this two-head build seems a little bit odd to me, but so they make it work. It's really hard to read this AoE situation, but I do feel like Destro is more often on the front foot in this AoE fight. But I'm finally starting to see some coordinated pouncing. So, wow, that's so much heals being pumped into that Squig. We saw at least 2 of the White Lions coordinated pounce onto the Squig, and the AoE team actually tried to counter the single target team with the ranged Squigs. But they don't have a heal debuff, so that guy did not die. Yeah, not having the, like, I think that's what it is maybe he doesn't have, no, wait, he does have Devastate. Because I watched debuffs. The wounds debuff is insane. That's, I think, the thing that maybe pushes the build to real insanity. I guess it might be possible that the Slayer's running a +2 setup for more mastery points. And he could possibly be running like 7 Sov for the extra crit. And that is not something I would do because you're going to be way too squishy. Yeah, so he is running Devastate. We have Devastate and the heal debuff, but then it's a Squig, so he just disengages out. If you don't kill him in a knockdown or a champ, then he's just going to get away. And then, yeah, like the two-hand Slayer, you also have a knockdown. So, that's really nice. A champ talent on the Squig. Or the Slayer, rather. A nice punt on the Wii. We also had a nice crit debuff on the Wii during that champ. It definitely helped keep the Slayer alive. Some very powerful Archmage cross healing as well. As annoying as the new mechanic is on AM, both them and Shaman do have some pretty strong ability to for strong single target heals at the moment. A little bit of passive spinny action here. I know, I do think that the lack of the Slayer in the AoE team is just way too big of a... It's way too big of a disadvantage, not having a heal debuff. It's really being reliant on hitting perfect damage. So yes, there is a reason technically to have Choppa or Slayer. Or, you know, it doesn't even have to be Slayer. You can bring a Skirmish Shadow Warrior, but Skirmish is going to be very squishy, so it has to be a pretty good Skirmish player who's, you know, set up reasonably well to not be dying. I mean, we have no Choppa heal debuff on this guy. He's I don't see how he's gonna die unless you hit an insane morale drop. Like anything with Funnel Essence on it, or possibly even just with Magical Infusion. I don't think it's gonna die. It's like there needs to be like a level of heal debuff in play here, especially because it's 18v18. Like you have less people, so like individual kills are like more important. I guess he ended up dying finally. I'm not sure if that was a morale drop or not. Maybe I can turn my graphics up and we'll see. We got any good morales? So we do have some tank M4 cycling. Alright, so I mean that's 2 good kills back to back without a heal debuff. I respect that. It's you know, I don't know, maybe that was some healer CC I didn't see. But he will just get rezzed. I feel like, man, I feel like Destro should be really cleaning house here. Like, if I'm Destro with that single target team, we're killing every healer back to back to back to back to back. And then just kiting the two-handed Slayer. And then the Destro AoE team, they just have... All you have to do is just hit good interrupts with your Maras. And you're so tanky with the tanks you have. And you're pretty mobile with the Black Orcs. The only thing I guess you're really fighting against is the healers. So we have a reset here. So I think the rule set is after a certain amount of time or a certain amount of kills, then it's a reset. But it's a little hard to track because Reichland is active. Let me ask. $44 to 14 for, I'm assuming for Destro, right? Is it Destro who's getting the more kills? Yeah, there's definitely some. As far as comp goes, I heavily favor the Destro comp here. But with this comp, I mean, played extremely well for Order. That comp can do some disgusting things as well. So we'll see. Maybe it shifts. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Let me whisper Holothros. Is it possible to be invited to see health bars for the cast? I whispered Holothros. We'll see what he says. And they do have at least one Sork here. Yeah, we have a double Mara party, and we have a Choppa Sork party. So you're really trying to juice up that Choppa. Like, me, honestly, I would split the Maras because I'd want to Sork with a Mara if it was me. I think that'd be better. Cause like, do I want to juice up a Choppa with double procs and Infernal Gift, or do I want to juice up a Mara? I think I'd rather juice up a Mara with the procs. Alright, I've been told to no. I'm not allowed to be invited to see health bars for the cast. Maybe there's like concerns of it seems that Black Horror may be unaware that I'm here just to cast. Yeah. I mean, ideally, the ideal situation for me is if I was just given a Realm Watch account I could use if we're gonna cast stuff like this, but that's okay. We can do relatively fine without. I wonder if they're allowed to make any swaps. Because I think if Order was allowed to make a couple of swaps, they could have a very strong comp to play against what Destro has. I think you drop one of your white lines and just bring in a Slayer or Shadow Warrior. Only players can change. That's kind of a weird rule. For me, that seems like a weird rule because it's putting like a lot of advantage on a player who has a lot of high geared tunes. But I don't know. I don't understand why you'd want to have that rule. I'm trying to think like why that's a good rule to have. To keep like the same players in, I guess. Well, regardless, I don't think there's many Order players who don't have at least a fairly well geared Slayer. Anyone who's been playing here for a while probably has a fairly well geared Slayer. You know, I suppose it's possible we could have a white lion with Fort Axe for the heal the buff proc. Also, I think I'm maybe a little surprised. Like, even in 18v18, do we think it'd be better to have one DPS Zealot, one DPS Rune Priest? I think that might be better too. So what would I do? I think for Destro, I might trim the Choppa completely, bring in DPS Zealot, and then just rely on the... Because their single target party has 3 heal debuffs. So you could get a little bit of cross assist for some squig heal debuffs as needed. Or you could just rely on the Zealots AoE heal debuff. I think that would be at least interesting to see that comp tried. But following, you know, the recent healer buffs, or the healer patch, I think that, you know, the lack of heal debuffs is going to be pretty prevalent, and I think that's probably a lot of what we're seeing here. It's already hard enough to win an AoE ball fight in this context against Destro because they can just stall so hard with so much M4 cycling, and you know, like line crackers if they use them defensively. For why would you bring a DPS out Rune Priest? One is for the AoE armor debuff. The corp debuff you don't need because your Black Orcs can do that for you, but the armor debuff would be pretty good. Just a lot of strong passive damage. The AoE heal debuff, and also the healing. Now someone's gonna correct me and say, "Well, you can't have the heal debuff and the healing thing," and it's like, okay, fine. But to see it tried for at least one of those two things, I think would be really interesting. Of course you can. Yep. Okay. All right, Phone Tommy, let me have it. If we continue to have more of these events like this, I will talk to somebody on the staff and see if I can get a Realm Watch account to use for these. So I can fly around. This is quite a big time gap between rounds. I wonder if there's going to be swaps or what the plan is here. I think for Order, what I'd like to... I probably already said this, but I think what I'd like to see the most for Order is a Skirmish Shad. Slayer would be high utility, but a Skirmish Shad can just... you just spread Broadhead and heal debuffs and then let your White Lions clean up. Realm Watch accounts, they have some commands they can use to make themselves like invisible. So I don't think they are targetable because they're like fully invisible. And that's, I know that just from working with Hasmi doing this stuff before, and then watching Emmy do some stuff. Yeah, I understand, Fun Tommy. I know. So, but I guess like you don't really need to have the life tap healing, but the AoE heal debuff could be cool. Sap, no, absolutely not. They can be almost completely mobile. Like most of they just spam like PB AoEs around them while moving. Rune Priest has like a cast time ability for AoE they can set up for burst, but it's a pretty quick cast, so it's not really a big deal. Alright, looks like we finally have a little bit of movement on the Destro front. Alright, I'm being told it's a bio break. Alright, chat. I've been sent the scoreboards from the previous round. I assume they reset between rounds to keep things simple. Pretty good amount of damage. Yeah, that's what I figured. Just this Slayer, the two-hand Slayer is going to have such difficulty getting off the ground versus pretty much everything he's playing against there. And yeah, exactly. Destro side, like the AoE teams clashed into each other, basically did nothing, but the single target team with a Witch Elf and 2 Rage Squigs just cleaned up the whole map. This is almost exactly what I expected to see. Like 44 v 14, and the two AoE teams really didn't even get like that much different in value, but the ST teams are hugely different in value. So that's very interesting to see. Yeah. Imagine playing against 2 Squigs and a Witch Elf and a BG as a 2-head Slayer. I mean, 2-head Slayer is good, but getting kited that much? Yikes. What are nerf Shadow Warriors? I have no idea. You can give me a BHST POV on disc stream if you want. I'd be down, but I don't have that set up to swap to that easily on stream, and I don't want to cause any more tension, you know, by like being in Discord. You know what I mean? Like there's no tension, but someone's gonna say something. So if we do this again next time, I'll get this set up ahead of time so we can do some stuff like that. But thank you. So it looks like Order just running the same comp. I mean, they're having fun, but I think like not having a Witch Hunter and not having at least one Shadow Warrior into this, I think is a mistake. Heal debuff has always been a bit of an issue on Order. You know, like it was always easy when Slayer was top dog because Slayer just does everything. And now Slayer, like AoE Slayers, in coordinated stuff, it's a little bit more, you know, questionable. You should definitely bring at least one for utility. But then, like, the question is, like, if we're not bringing a Slayers, what are we going to do for heal debuff? And I think Skirmish Shadow Warrior is really, really good. It can be a little bit tricky to keep alive. But if you keep it alive, it just infinite pumps on everything and spreads heal debuffs wherever you want them. But with no swaps, I expect to see roughly the same results. AoE teams clash. Not too much value achieved by either AoE team. Squigs, infinite farm, and then 2-hand Slayer dies. But we'll also kill some things. So I'm gonna try to watch. Okay, so there's the punts. If the Order team starts champing a lot, like they have 2 tanks at least, so they can be doing lots of champs, they can really kill some stuff. But I don't know how you outpace. I don't know how you outpace reses. So there we failed the Squig kill. He probably had a lot of cross healing. Was that a Talon? Let me see. Yeah, we got the Talon. No champ, though. Like, if you're gonna Talon, you might as well just champ. Like, all you have to do is kill this Slayer, and this team can't do anything. So just commit 2 morales for it. Then your Squigs can go do whatever they want for, you know, however long. But if we at least see the Slayer becoming much harder to kill, and more Order champs challenges, then I would consider that progress for them doing more with that comp. Really, it's good cleansing going on too from Destro's side. I mean, at the end of the day, oh, the kill on Cerealius, okay. At the end of the day, if you're at least making it so the squigs aren't infinitely farming your healers and you're forcing them into like a 6v6, even if you're not getting kills, you're at least like kind of neutralizing their game-winning threat. And I feel like I tend to see the Order team go to contest the Destro single target team a lot, the Order AoE team. Honestly, a fair choice, because the Destro ST team is doing most of the work. Most of the success is being achieved by the Destro ST team. So that makes sense. Oh, we get a Destro M4 on the Utgard party. I'm guessing that's the Olathros group. I think that was his Mara. Yeah, we're just gonna be infinitely chasing squigs with everyone. Another interesting thing they could do is they could be using White Line Morale 1 to catch things. White Line has a Morale 1 that it's a ranged route. And IBs actually also have that. So they could be using that. I think it'd be better to have champs. But you'll never need a demo. So if you're going to have one of your tanks champ, you could have the IB just use the range route. Okay, a champ. Good, finally. I'd be champing basically anything on cooldown with this ST team trying to kill it. And they got instantly peeled by their entire like AoE blob. The squig ran into his AoE team for safety, which was a smart thing to do, and it worked out. Again, the major problem you're facing with the Slayer White Lion group is just the mobility and trying to get on targets. Okay, we see a champs challenge on a squig again. Love to see that. I only see a deep wound. I want to see Devastate, Spellbreaker, like those three used in order. It's, you know, like Knockdown, Deep Wound, Devastate, Spellbreaker. Rinse, repeat. Spam some Precarious between if you need to. The one tricky thing about playing the two-handed Slayer comp is if the enemy healers are allowed to cleanse a lot, they can counter really heavily with cleanse. So it helps a lot if you have someone applying debuffs on them ahead of time. AMs are a good way to do it. But you gotta have the tanks kind of help too. Bury them in debuffs so the Slayer stuff doesn't get ripped off. Even cleansing like Force Opportunity, you know, from White Lion, that can be enough to save someone, even if all the Slayer stuff stays on. Pretty passive back and forth AoE brawl. Like AoE damage, the AoE brawl is going to be pretty spiky damage sometimes with this meta, damage being what it is. But I don't think it'll result in too much with, you know, like Doc being buffed pretty heavily and the M4 cycling. So I don't expect to see too much death on either side of that brawl. So we're just basically just going to be watching the single target teams as much as possible. Again, we see the Order team, mostly what they want to do is they just want to counter the squigs. Eliminate their win condition if they can, rather than try to create a win condition. And if I was the Destro ST team, I would just be pounding shots in the Slayer. Keep the Slayer dead, and then you can do whatever you want. It's like you have 2 squigs and a Witch Elf. You can keep this guy dead basically permanently. And I don't think you have to try very hard to do that. So the Slayer's getting pulled by the Mara. Are they going to try to AoE him? Seems pretty passive here at this part. Okay, more champs challenge. Dead spiked squig. If they kill this, I can't target him, but if they kill this squig without heal debuff, I'm gonna say, dude, there's no way they're ever gonna kill this guy without a heal debuff, right? Yeah, I'm not sure if one tell me. I'm not sure if 35% is the right number, but it's also kind of a symptom of where we are in the rework cycle. And I agree that, you know, they don't have a lot of crit to begin with, so it's tough to even apply that reliably. I don't know if I'd want to see higher than 35%. I think I'd rather see it buffed to where it's easier to apply to targets. I just find it so funny, this entire 18v18, it's completely boiling down to if these squigs get to play the game or not. And they're not dying too much. There, we had a squig kill, right? Yeah, we finally got a squig kill. They're not dying too much, but they're not able to, like, fully play the game. So, if it was a chess match, it feels like it's a bunch of pawns. But then, one side has a queen. And they're just trying to keep the queen safe. We have this Aurelius connection on this squig, but his Slayer is really just struggling to get there. And they can champ him now. Let's see if they get a champ at least. There's a puddle just infinitely peeling this Slayer. He's just holding his W key this entire fight. He just wants to press his buttons, but no one will let him press any buttons. Oh, we get the champ. Okay, they both connect at the same time. Good setup. I really don't like Cleft in Twain. I think Cleft in Twain is a really wasted GCD. I'm not a big fan of that. It does pretty good damage, but I mean, you have to get to the target. I mean, I guess in this situation, you don't always have to be the knockdown, but you know, you need to, you have to onslaught, maybe snare, deep wound, devastate, spellbreaker, and then, you know, fill in with damage globals. So, like, adding an extra global of setup there, it's kind of a lot. Like, it's giving the entire enemy team so much time to react. I mean, what was it before, Fontame? It was single target 50% before, right? Is the Slayer being chased by the AoE team now too? I feel like that's just such overkill. Let me see, if I'm the Destro AoE team, what do I want to be doing? Locking down the Slayer who's already being infinitely kited. I guess it kind of makes sense. He's the only heal debuff on the entire order comp. So, stacking on him, just so he can't get to the squigs. Sure, that kind of makes sense. You could do that. And then that's going to let your squigs play the game and carry. I guess, yeah, I guess that's a fair strat. But if I was the Destro AoE team, I'd be looking for every opportunity I can to connect on 2+ healers on the enemy team. I would become the advantage. You have 2 Maras with interrupt. You have Chosens who can run heal debuff aura. You have your chop off your heal debuff. You can get to their backline, and you can Mario KD and chain interrupts, and you can absolutely delete their backline. And it's not at a very high opportunity cost to do so. You're going to waste a 20-second cooldown, give them immunities, which you should be cycling immunities on as many people as possible anyways. Effectively. And you're going to commit, like, you know, less than 10 seconds to have an attempt on healers. And it's going to at least stop them from healing for 10 seconds. You're going to get morales out of that. You're going to maybe see some of the DPS die as a result of this. You need to be constantly swapping, just playing faster. And like the faster you're swapping and creating pressure in different areas, you're forcing the enemy tanks to have to run around, guard swap. So their tanks basically can't do anything else except guard swap and run around. So like the faster you can play and do effective stuff like that, the easier it is to get kills. Even if you're not directly killing things, you're creating enough pressure to where a kill can happen somewhere in the fight. But then the only problem is someone basically has to play permanent point defense on the squigs. It's like defensively, there's not a lot of good counters for it, unless all the healers are really paying attention, and you know the AMs can spot heal against it pretty well. So I don't know. I feel like Destro could be leveraging a much bigger advantage here than they are. Do you feel like ranged squig card is more fit for small man solo? Sork, you imagine more consistent damage. Melee squig, you think people would rather have Amara Choppa? So kind of how it is at the moment. Every class does a lot of damage, and if it's AoE, every class does enough damage to kill things. It doesn't really matter. It's more about like the utility it brings, and if it's tanky, and like the amount of time it needs to do damage. Squig, all it has to do for damage, it puts up one dot, it walks in and channels. As far as damage output goes, that's perfectly fine for a class. It struggles on AP because it's got like some design flaws where it has to spam channel, and AP regen doesn't work with channels. So, bit of a design flaw for AP. But yeah, and it's got, you know, utility. It's got shattered limbs, and it has the knockback channel that does not give immunity. So I guess for like AoE damage classes, the utility it brings can be a real measuring force. And that's another reason why Mara Whiteline are so good, because they have an AoE interrupt. And this fast TTK meta, if you interrupt enemy healers and just press like 2 more buttons, then you can just kill everything. It's kind of disgusting. A bunch of damage on the Order AoE team here. It's like I said, like you'll see plenty of like spiky damage in these AoE fights, but I really don't expect to see a lot of death. There's not a lot of heal debuffs going around. The Bright Wizard might end up dying a bunch because they probably just train him. He's the easiest thing to kill here, technically. But we do have 2 Archmages, so like keeping this guy alive shouldn't be that difficult. But then the problem is if you know, waste all like your 5-point funnel essences into him, the squigs are going to kill a bunch of stuff. And then our poor Slayer is going to be, you know, eating dirt the whole game. But they've been doing a pretty good job. Like, I don't think I've seen him die too much. And they do have IB in the comp, so we should have the big auto attack damage. Most of the time when I see this comp run, it's with SM for wins. So they can spam. I don't think his build has the cooldown reducer, but if you have a win setup with the Slayer tactic, you can spam Spellbreaker, which it's going to kill anything, you know, if you could spam Spellbreaker. But auto attack damage, also very good. I'm not seeing the buff though. I wonder if their IB is not running the auto attack, which is, I'll be honest, it's kind of throwing to not run the auto attack damage if he's not. It's something that they should change. They should send him straight to Quaff for a respec. Alright. More champs on Squigs. This is what I want to see. Disallow these guys from ever playing the game. Heal the buff, does not get insta cleanse, so you can die. Heal the buff still on him. Heal the buff still on him. Wow, it's gonna take them full 10 seconds. And then he squig forms and walks away. And his immunity came back up too. He could have been knocked. That was a good attempt. But yeah, make it so the squigs can't play the game ever is one of your best, you know, avenues of strategy to have a chance here. I'm not sure, like I said earlier, it's not creating a win condition so much as it's preventing a loss condition. But I guess like if you do get a couple kills and chain them, you could just have the numbers advantage, and then you can, you know, the ST goes and swarms a couple healers and it can chain from there. But I expect to see almost a dead even value from the two AoE teams. Like the Bright Wizard will die a few times, maybe the Sork dies a few times, you know, whatever. They just get rezzed. So we're gonna spend all day chasing goblins. And the nice thing about SM is they also have the, you know, the range pounce M2 to help catch things. It's so annoying, you get the champ, and then they just, you know, AoE knockback, and then your poor Slayer has to W key some more. So he gets like 3 GCDs of uptime on that target during a champs challenge. Big sad. That's another place in SM could help, you know, with Vol's tempering there. It's like, you don't even really have to be two-handed. You just, you could play a sword and board. Vol's tempering and wins. Oh, there we go. Squig kill. The heal debuff was enough, and I think he might have been outranging some healers. Maybe. But no stake, so... It's taken a long time to res this guy. What's going on here? Like, one thing about these matchups is anything that dies should be rezzed almost instantly. If you're not rezzing quickly, you're kind of throwing. Because, like, rezzing in this game is so powerful. You're asking people to commit so many tools to kill something, and then you just immediately resurrect them. Rezzes need to be very, very fast. Although I think they only have one Shami. Would be their main rezzer. You think not using AA is throwing with Twin Slayer and White Lion? Every time I've played against it, actually no, not every time I played against it. I have played against it with IB. Wait, have I? So I think Pig Stompers used it with IB, right? And like obviously the Bakata team was way scarier. And they ran SM. And the SM allowing the White Lion to spam Lion's Fury and then Spellbreaker spam, like that's just, it's so good. Disgusting damage. So like I would be inclined to agree in most cases that auto attack damage and then IB providing all the extra crit and parry is better. Alright, this looks like a reset. Actually, I have no idea which team came out ahead here. I would think it was Destro again. But yeah, SM with 2-hand Slayer comp is totally viable, and it's the more powerful comp that I've faced. And it's not necessarily saying that the comp's better with SM. It could be better with IB. But, you know, when you have Rix and Ponte on tank, and you have Azzy and Bakata on DPS, and Hernia and Halta on healers, those are some of like the best players who play the game. So, I guess if I saw them like you know, run Ricks on IB. But I'm assuming they tested it a bunch too, and they probably just like the way SM feels better. But kind of gave me a pretty good breakdown of what he thinks, and just his breakdown of doing like 5-second goes versus 10-second goes. I feel like SM brings a lot of value there. So it's hard to say a lot of these things for certain. I asked for a score from that round. My theory, it was Destro again, but I could be totally wrong. There was a lot of attempts on Squigs, which slowed them down, but I think the Squig still got a lot of value. Must be nice. It seems like both of these guilds are very generous with their break times. Playing with Tup, you're lucky to get like 2 minutes, you know? 2 minutes in a 5-hour shift. We're slaves over in Tup. How far back does the Destro team pull? Yeah, they're way back by their war camp. So while we wait, let's just glance back at the scoreboard from the first round. And there's a few things to point out here. Again, you see it's really even value as far as the AoE teams go. You'll see like more deaths on Order side, but that's not necessarily a result of the AoE teams. I think that's more of a result of the Squig teams. So what you see is the Brady ends up dying a bunch. Not a bunch, but a fair amount. The Sork dies a bit. They kill a Mara, whatever. They killed, I don't know, a dog. But then the outliers are, you know, the Two-Hand Slayer. He dies 7 times because he's getting blasted by a 3-2-1, 2 range Squigs, and a Witch Elf. And then you know, if they're like, oh, let's just leave them alone and we'll go try to kill healers and match value instead, what happens? We have an AM here with 11 deaths. Is that 3-2-1 uncontested? Will tear through healers so fast. And the highest death count we see for healers on the other side, we had Zabi the Doc die once, and we had Lucifungus die once. So again, if I'm here and I'm gonna make choices for orders comp, I'm going to A, look for something to counter the squigs, and it would probably involve a Witch Hunter because it has stake and it can open from stealth and do a lot of burst damage. And then I would look at having a heal debuff in the AoE blob so they can start getting like that real order value with the high damage. So then you're attempting to eliminate a win condition on the Destro side and also give yourself a better win condition on the order side. But it's always good to try things. Always, always good. There's potentially some fun things you could do in Destro as well, but it's tough to fit it all into an 18. Their single target team, I think, is crisp. They're playing it pretty well too, so I don't think they have to make any changes there. Unfortunately, they kind of have to keep a Choppa because that's their heal debuff, but I do think I'd rather have the Sork in a group with one of the Maras and have a double proc Mara. Unless they're doing something weird with like the Sork absorb tactic to help keep the Choppa alive. In that case, that's fine. That makes sense to me. One interesting thing about this game that most people kind of have difficulty understanding like fundamental value in this game and why it is that so many of like the quote-unquote elite players work so hard to not die. You always hear, oh, it's about KDA and their ego. It's really not. For some of them it might be, but that's just misunderstanding on their part. It's like me, I never play for KDA, I don't care. There's I don't know, maybe a point in time I would have cared, but I don't. If you work hard to not die, you're making the enemy waste an egregious amount of time and resources trying to kill you. And the only positive result for them is if you die. So if you don't die, if you do as much as you can to not die, you're basically winning, making them waste time. And then if you apply that to this situation where it's a 24v24 and an entire 6-man team is wasting time trying to kill you and you don't die, then you are essentially fighting, you know, like a 24 versus 18 for that 30 seconds. And then God, if they decide to send 2 groups after you, like in City the other day, when I was on my Zealot and I had 2 groups chasing me and they were not able to kill me for like 30 seconds, that's creating a huge advantage for everyone else on my team where they're not being pressured and they can go do things. So yeah, making extreme effort to not die is good. And obviously dying, you lose morale, which is probably the worst part about dying. You're forcing a healer to have to res you. That messes up their cycle and what they want to do. And then if you get resed, you have the res debuff, and there's a chance you get one shot on a res. I really expected to see a lot more res kills in this meta with the insane damage, but I don't see it very much. In the couple of cities I've done, like the more coordinated ones recently, like if someone gets resed, they can get one shot so easily. And I've not seen a lot of that. But I think if these teams who are participating in this, you know, at least attempt at more coordinated content, if they keep doing it and keep analyzing, they can start, you know, finding situations of weaknesses like that they can exploit. Like, just thinking about it, I think in the last few months, the only person who's even tried to ever res kill me in all of my playtime has been Tiefson Magus. I got rezzed, and you know, he was waiting watching, and he like snap like double tapped me with instance and almost killed me out of res. And I was like, hey, good try, man. I respect that when people at least try. When you get resurrected at 20% HP, you should get punished. It's getting a bit antsier here on the order side, so I'm thinking we might see a return to action pretty soon for round 3. Did I ever get score linked? Let me see. Yeah, it looks like oh, they won round 2. Did they win round 2 on time? Because they just denied winning conditions and then basically had a higher kill count as a result of this? Is that what happened? Not sure. Because I got linked to scoreboards for order, and they're 14 kills. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many kills Destro got. I would guess that it was time, and that order just had slightly more kills. Because one thing about that second round, I think the order team did a really good job trying to not die and putting as much pressure on that squig force as possible. So maybe they were not able to secure a lot of kills as a Destro team because the squigs were shut down. And it sounds like we might not have a round 3. Let me just see if I can go check on the Destro team. There's some of them lurking here, but it seems like a bunch of them may have left. So then that might be the end of our GvG for today. Honestly, though, fun and interesting fights. As far as comp goes, I like Destro's comp a lot more. I like that Order tried to do some unique things. And I'll say I think Order's comp is a little bit undercooked, but it just having fun, trying it out, absolutely fine. Matt makes me do dumb things all the time. One more fight? Ooh, okay. I'm down for one more as soon as you guys are ready. What I would really like to see is I would like to see, I think, Skirmish Shadow Warrior tried. Probably an AoE, but potentially in a single target team as well. I want to see Order start utilizing some of its strong range. That'd be fun to see. I wonder what's causing this a large amount of downtime. I see some of like the answer your order players here are getting kind of bored. They're running laps. I mean, it's possible that the Destro team is making some swaps, or I'm very unsure. It seems like the order team's just ready. Alright, Land of the Dead over. Looks like we had an order victory today. Can somebody tell me, is Land of the Dead worth doing right now, or is it still laggy? I don't think I've done a Land of the Dead in like three months, I think. I wouldn't mind doing more Land of the Dead, but I need the lag to be gone. The lag show just ended for you. Okay, so it's still laggy. 50k renown? Not bad. Not bad, not bad. It's been laggy. Ah, that's so sad. I really wish they'd find a way to fix that. I don't know what caused it. If they changed something in the server code, or if they, you know, if they changed something in their tech, you know, if they changed like their server plan they're paying for. I have no idea what changed, but it'd be super cool if we go back to the time when we weren't lagging egregiously in large scale fights. Man, I'm not seeing the Destro team though. Are you sure we're getting one more fight? So, Land of the Dead, one of the main motivating factors is to get the cloak jewelry set. But you can also get, you can use the currency to buy soul stones. You can use the currency to buy RVR potions instead of spending war crests. I think those are the main factors. So like, good gear for leveling, potential bis in some cases, and then on-demand soulstone when you need one, which is really good. Like, if you need a soulstone on a character, you have account-bound cartouche you can send and just go get a soulstone. And yeah, the mount. I mean, some people care about the mount. I'm not a mount enjoyer, as I sit here on my skeletal steed. I mean, like, effectively, if you do Land of the Dead every week, and you're gonna get a bunch of war crests and stuff as per normal RVR, but you're also going to get currency that saves you war crests, so you can, because you're gonna buy the potions. You know, every stack of potions you buy is 40 war crests. So if you save 80 war crests or 120 war crests a week, that's almost like an extra weekly because you did Land of the Dead. So over time, that really does add up to be buying potions with scarabs instead of war crests. And then an on-demand soulstone, really big deal. Because how else are you going to get a soulstone? You have to finish a dungeon. You have to finish a weekly. You know? So I would argue that it's, you know, if you're using RVR potions, it's strictly more efficient to be doing Land of the Dead than not doing it. I think at least. Like if you had to choose between doing Land of the Dead or, you know, like doing Thunder Mountain and getting the flip there, it could possibly work out where you get more war crests from like the lock in the bag. But I don't know, like prime time zones usually don't flip very fast during prime time, which is when Land of the Dead occurs. So I would venture to guess it's more efficient to be doing Land of the Dead. I just want it to not lag, because it's a timed event more or less, right? Like it's gonna end after like what, an hour, compared to a TM, which could be anywhere for like 1 to 3 hours, if that, maybe more. You can confirm that you can't rely on the cast time ability in Land of the Dead lag. Thank you for testing that, Phone Tommy. Alright, they canceled. Well, okay, so that was a fun 2 rounds. At least. I'll give them that. I'm the order team reacted really well today. And they made a shift, so they did not lose round 2. So big respect for putting in some brain work there. Well, that's fortuitous timing, I suppose. Land of the Dead's over. I can see what my guild's up to. And the reason I logged on Doc to watch this is because I played Destro last, and I don't want to be locked. We might be Ordo today, might be Destro, I have no idea. Hello. Hello. What? So you guys are on order then. I'm fine with healer. We can do warrior priest. Yeah, you're welcome. Was a fun little event. I hope you guys keep doing more. Went as expected. You guys went 1-1, right? The round that Destro won was a lot more convincing, but the round that Order won was very solid coverage in defensive gaps. So I don't know. It was good both ways. What's my Warrior Priest gear situation? It's not bad. I can more or less wear this till Sov. I could send myself an Annulus though. Eh, we'll see. I need a water chat, so I'll be right back. I'm in 5.
Going somewhere? Remember to write together.
Reichland needs help. Come all. That's me. I'm here. God, I'm running such a greedy build. It's fine. Dude, it's so weird. I go from 30 degrees to 67 degrees in 2 days. Like, my body is not ready. Oh, I suppose I should probably fix my graphics settings now. Video, customize. Play effects on party. So Azrin, is Jagard Descon actually a a person of leadership in Cross, or okay? I was because I asked. I was wondering if I was being trolled. Okay. The idiots. See, that's what I've been telling you guys. You just gotta have your names in French, and you could say whatever you want. You'll never get muted or renamed. Cadell's just diving into the ram right now. Let's just go to the keep, guys. I'm ready to watch you pick up a box. Dude, what do you want me to fucking out ping seller, dude? The guy's in fucking Greece. Like, what do you want me to do? It's like yelling at me. You're the French guy. Come on. Dude, I'm just waiting for the on your knees. You guys all drop your box. Too many people in this game use cringe band. Only 15 to 20% of healers in this game, Order and Destro, actually know how to preemptively heal and actually res. I'm ready with my 140 ping. Let me just collect my free fort res because I'm a healer. So I invited in. They offer me bottle service just to show up. Burb. Because, Wham, it's easier to defend a fort, so you should be rewarded for attacking. Stretch, hydrate. God, it's so hot, man. It's not even that hot. It's only 67 and it's cloudy, but my body is not used to this. Not at all. A week ago it was snowing. Now it's full on beach weather. It's wild. Went for my first run of the season this morning. Was I feeling like dying when I went for a run? No. I didn't run that long. I have to run. I don't know. Well, I didn't run very far. I ran like half a mile. If I ran like a mile on like doing like a tough regimen, it's like I run on a course outside, so there's some like variance in terrain. There's some hills, ups and downs, but I usually sprint like the last, I don't know, like 100 yards or so at least. Why so little? Just because I didn't want to spend more time. I was hungry. I went and cooked my eggs, my mushrooms, my green onions. I'll ramp up to it, but it's like, God, I'm not gonna be like, I don't know. I'll probably step up to like, I could do like 40 minutes a morning. I'll probably push up to that, but no, I have to run like pretty strenuously, or for a pretty long amount of time to feel like dying. I don't have plans to turn into one of you French folk who run for like 2 to 3 hours at a time. I could, but that's just a long time to be running. So that's what it really boils down to. is how much time you spent. It's so nice with the new reshade. Like, it's too sharp for me still, but at least I can see these fences. And I bet if I went to BC, I'd actually be able to see things as well. I don't know why some of these spell effects are playing when I turned it on party only. No juice care? All I'm on you, Leo, you can run it down. Hoodabada. Blah. I feel so hyped up today, chat. I don't know what it is. It's like the weather's good. The last Epoch patch looks like it's gonna be awesome. People are doing like coordinated fights in Roar. World seems kind of good right now, you know? What is Leo doing? Good scouting, Leo. Good job. Oh, that was so classic. Dude, the funny thing about being a top is sometimes you do dumb stuff. That's just what happens when you play this game. But if you do any dumb shit in top, you get yelled at by Wham for like 10 minutes. It never dies. It's so embarrassing. He's never like, oh shit, you just fucked up. You get a 10-minute lecture. Except the tariffs. So normally, I mean, I'm not averse to commenting on political situations, but I'm not the best person to talk to about what's going to happen with tariffs. In fact, nobody is, because if you understand how economists work, no one actually knows the answers. They just think they do. But the funny thing with tariffs is that shit is changing every single day. We have no idea what's actually going to happen, because now, you know, Trump like budged a bit, so he's cutting tariffs on shit so iPhones don't go up $1,000 in price. Uh, China put a China literally did a no you and put a 125% tariff on NA imports, which I thought was funny. Dude, I love when Choppa's KD-M4. I feel like it just never does anything ever. I'm sitting here wondering why I feel like I have less Righteous Fury on Warrior Priest compared to Doc. They both have Onslaught proc. And I realize it's because Bound by Blood reduces the essence cost of Restore Essence, and you don't have that on Warrior Priest. So I'm just spending, like, more, and I don't know, I'm just happy I figured out why. Just so you quacked. Good luck, Deppy. Okay, I have M1, I'm ready. No, I didn't roll on that die. No. I. Oh my god. I am FUQ fooked. I go to mount, turn around, all the Destros right on me. Whoops. Don't worry, Wham. The guy auto party resume. All good. See, chat? That was a little bit of subtle flame to encourage them to res faster in the future. A little reverse psychology. See, what you don't realize, Matt, is it's super important that we have an extra 10 NGs who are all casting Phospho in the same spot. Of course. Yeah, he's just got like level 45. The level 29 NG's just like, woo! I'm non-critting them for 200! This time I'm just gonna be way in the back, so I don't have like Destro on my ass as I'm mounting. That can be somebody, not me. Hello, mounts? Hello? Ugh. I'm waiting the full duration of 30 seconds. Oh, there's my immunity. Eight, 7, 6. Alright, chat. Tup finishing up for the day. I think we're doing a little bit more tabletop with the boys tonight, which I think is in 30 minutes. Uh-oh, they might be starting now. Starting early. Dude, how much for my weekly did I get done? I'm assuming not very much. Halfway? I'll take halfway.
You hear about the war?
Are we starting early? I, I didn't get this memo, but okay. So we're actually half an hour late. Yep. I also don't see a Corgi. No, epoching starts on the 17th. On Thursday. Okay. I mean, I'm with Tup right now. I just checked in with you guys to see what's happening. Those are both options, yes. We did. Ordo. Alright, well, I'm with Tup, so if you guys want to hang with us, feel free.
Tips appreciated.
What's Eatane? So they're probably going to do Eatane. You know how it is. You can't skip Eatane, dude. Come on. Give on. Give on. I don't know. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Alright, well, I'll be in Tup. Join if you guys want to. Hi, I'm back. Well, we did defend a fort, so really we should probably push a fort to even it out, you know? Yeah. Maybe like whoever wins this push right here, that's the side we help, or the side that we don't help. So we go Destro. Yeah. DPS Warrior Priest to win. I thought about trying it, but I only have Bloodlord. Honestly, I think it could be pretty good. There's a lot of upsides to it. So yeah, I might give it a shot, but I'd be pretty squishy in Bloodlord. Volunteer myself as Doc or Mara. So Destro? Black Orc, perhaps? BG left Triumphar. It's a 40% slow, I think. Ooh. Just a glorified Black Orc Morale 3. Yeah, Bloodlord is really good for Warrior Priest. Sorry, I wasn't watching chat. Yeah, it's really good for Warrior Priest, but it's just that it's a little low on stats, so you can end up a bit squishy. Yeah, my Bloodlord's good. That's what I like. First season that I did Shield Doc, I did it in Bloodlord. Yeah, I can be a doc. I don't know, that's a lot, man. I don't know. Ugh. I'll just restart my game. Why not? DPS Warrior Priest win. It's like Mara, but dog shit. Oh no, I'm blocked? Fuck. Okay, I'll go hope shit. Alright, I'm locked for 18. I'll come back and heal you. Invite me while you run away. Chat, invite me. Rowan, give Chet lead so he can invite me. 5K. That's an NA guy. Oh, that's the lady one? Yeah. In 15 minutes. I got a bunch saved up. Guten Day. I mean, I got a chopper pulled through a wall. This is what it is. You would know shit if you had a real UI. Hey, look at this guy. Oh, look at this guy. Juice is not infinite! My boy Tubes walks up, just gets like one tapped by 2 DPS SAMs. Double Storm of Chronos dies. Roughly 4K. I like how they just come in and they all just like press a damage morale. Like I wasn't even in melee range. Jesus. If we get it, we get it. If not, then who knows? Uh-oh. 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 So how do you feel about, like, kneecapper then? 20% crit, which is, I think, all your renown investment. No, no, it's not. It's flat 20%. Have you tested recently? Is it bugged again?
iced tea.
Want something, do ya? Good riddance.
Hurricane. DuckTales. Woo-hoo.
Fuck him up, dude. Get in there. Uh, let me see. means no worries for the rest of our days. Problem free philosophy. Out of counter laser, you say, "Come hither and give heed," and then he walks up and dies. Hakuna Matata, ain't no passing phrase. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Just as swift as a coursing river. Raging fire. Welcome to NA time, where you get Heaven's Fury on cooldown. That Magus. I tried. Burb. The two fingers they use to draw their bow. So clever, Matt. Imagine how silly all those elves would look. They had to use their ring and pinky finger to draw their bowstring. What? Let's see, what did we do today? Today, we casted the event, and then... It's like, technically we're doing a meme, but it's not much of a meme, and it's NA time, so order's really weak. Well, both sides are really weak, so you don't have to really do anything. You just win. On Wednesday, we have another thing scheduled. So you can expect to see that on Wednesday. God, I'm so tired and hungry, and I don't know why. I mean, the problem with Slayer is you have to walk in. You have to walk in, get red, spread IDs, and channel. If you're white line, you can just pounce Primal Fury and spin. Are you asking me if the patch is soon? Dude, I have no idea. Like, the last thing I heard about it is they have a fix in mind they want to do, and they were trying to figure out how to do it. I have no idea if they figured out how to do it. So, like, my assumption is there's something they don't know how to do in the code, so they're trying to get that resolved. That may or may not be true. I have no idea. Mr. Aladdin, sir, have a drink or two or three. Take your order, jot it down. I know some things you don't know, but I don't know nearly as much as I'd like to, or really nearly as much as I should know. And I don't know, I could maybe ask somebody. Ram up. Ooh. Okay, both my tanks and 4 go. So I do know, but decided to not know. I don't quite think that's accurate. I am drip fed a very paltry amount of information. It's like, you know, it's just enough to keep you alive. Shalalalala, don't be shy. That'd be cheating. Why does it look like it's gonna rain today? It's like nice all day, now I feel like it's gonna rain. I think it's like gambling, because he's like, I might die, or I might get a crit and like kill 3 people, or I might kill all of them, you know? Well, I'm talking. Wait, what are you talking? I was talking about Lilia's arrow. What are you talking about? A bit like blackjack. Blackjack's a crit technically. My black orc's just melting. See me around like a donut? I mean, the phone Tommy idioms, they never fail to amaze me. I do occasionally see donuts around, so sure, why not? I'll see you around like a bag of Cheetos. They're running fort debuff on MA White Line. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That's actually what I would expect. They had a rule against counter comping, so there was no swaps allowed. Well, that's less fun. I feel like if you're gonna do that, you should just have a rule where you can swap, I don't know, like 2 people every round. Oh yeah, I mean, like IMO, you guys should have just said like both single target tanks champing on cooldown. You can maybe have one save something defensive to help the Slayer, but yeah, just, you know, be rooting. Yeah, like neither side's AoE team did that much. So yeah, just shut down the squigs and you're at least not gonna die to them. Yeah, that was sad. I don't know why they stopped, but I don't know. Hopefully they're motivated to try again in the future. If like round one they won super hard. I've had bad tactics on this whole time. Feels bad. I guess just one bad tactic. We need a vivification. He hated it and never wants to do it again, but why? Did he say why? Yeah, I mean, like, it's likely that's what it is, but I don't know. That's become the state of Roar in the last like couple years. Everyone just wants to pug stomp. They need to be winning, you know, killing pugs. So, what does that mean? They don't do cities. They don't do anything competitive. I think there's something unique in Roar that like losing is so unrewarded compared to any other game that people just feel really, really bad when they lose. And it also snowballs so quickly. And like if you're a DPS player and you're not, you know, your setup's not perfect, even if it's just slightly off perfect, that's the difference between if a target dies or not. And then it's like if your dopamine centers are fed by people dying and then you getting war crests and hearing ding ding, you're not gonna get much from competitive content. You know, I think that's a lot of reason why people play. The ones who've been playing for a long time. They're just addicted to the dopamine. I mean, it takes a while to get good at this game because there's just like a knowledge gap, and like every single person, you know, has to be analyzed individually, and there's not like good tools to do so. I mean, you take like Phalanx, they made every single member record, and then they would analyze the gameplay from every single member of the guild, and correct. So, like, well, it's kind of like funny that they did that, but it works. It's one of the best ways to have the most competitive team of people. I mean, like, I feel like nowadays people should just do that anyways. Like, it doesn't have to be toxic or overbearing judgment on gameplay. It's just like, oh yeah, dude, you know, I see you're doing this. Try doing this. It's like in today's world with, you know, the technology, you know, PC and internet speeds that we have, hard drive space, just everyone should just record. Like, why not? It's like a 1080p files take almost no space. 1440p isn't that much bigger. Oh, oh yeah, Con, you gotta chime in with the classic forum post. So welcome back, by the way. I hope your birthday party was fun. A joyous occasion. Jouer occasion. It would seem that way. CG gets carried. I don't know if it takes like a long time, Hunt Dog. It depends on your experience. Like me, if I'm watching a team of 6 people and I'm focused, I can identify very quickly like what I think are flaws, and then I'm like, yo, let's pull up, you know, Schloopy's POV and look at, you know, 15 minutes 32 seconds. I'd be like, yo, you did this. You could have done that. But it depends on your experience. Like me, like even my own 6v6 team, like a lot of it's like movement and positioning or slow reactions. Those are, that's like the 3 things that kind of matter the most is reaction time, like your ability to predict what's going to happen, your positioning, and your movement. Like for example, in Nightmare, we had a DPS who just got parried all the time, and I didn't even realize until he like started streaming ranked, and I'm like, dude, you got to stand behind people. Like, if you stopped getting parried, you would just kill everything. Like, that's the major gap thing is you just need to have better positioning, and you're gonna kill everything you touch. And top, not really. I think we kind of do, but it's like the main rule here is like no drama. So people like don't take it as seriously. We just happen to have good players here in top. So if people are open to judgment and criticism, or then they receive it, but it's like me, I don't really care. I'll just tell people. I'll be like, yo, you're doing this, you're doing that. And if they get mad about it, I'm like, dude, you gotta chill. There's no reason to, like, I am not here to judge you. I'm just telling you. Who won? It was actually 1-1 con. 2 rounds. Black Horror versus Ret. Each team took 1 round. The Destro comp was significantly better, IMO. So they hard stomped first round. Then Order adapted well second round and denied them getting a lot of kills and won on time. Oh. The other thing at top is like we win against most teams. There's only like 1 or 2 teams that are challenging to us, so there's not a lot of opportunity for us to be like, oh, we have to change this and this. Most people know what they're doing. And you know, when we were getting stomped by, you know, Noron's team, there was, you know, we reached points where it was like close to drama. So like there's emotions here too. And then yes, we did sit down and have like long conversations. And you know, we set aside plans to take the same team queue every weekend for the SC event, all that stuff. Never happened. No follow-up. It is what it is. No tiebreaker? Yeah, Oli backed down. He didn't want to do it. He said he was having negative fun. To Attel? Attel's, yeah, he's his own special butterfly, Attel. I mean, honestly, Con, I'm just happy that there's some people still trying to have competitive content. My honest guess is that Olathros never wanted to do this stuff, but someone else in his guild did, or like his guild as a whole did, and he was forced to like listen to the fuck it, I forward. Hopefully it's enough until one of you guys press forward, somebody. Jesus. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, I will res tank. I res tank. Oh, dude, is that what happened? There was some shit talk. Damn, so that was like a grudge match. I didn't know that. Dude, that's so weird to actually get a grudge match. Normally people talk shit and then just try to get each other banned, or I don't know, some other shit. Well, you can't have a tiebreaker. I mean, the rules were, it sounded like they were gravid rules. It was like, you have to play till wipe. No comp changes allowed at all. 18 man. Ivan wasn't allowed to play Doc. No, just kidding. That was a gravid rule. But It's just some shit like that, you know? I mean, there's no reason to escalate, dude. Just at the end, be like, yo, GG, it was fun. And then hopefully they see reason and they're like, hey, it was fun. And then you do it again. It's like drama's like fun, you know, but that shit gets out of hand almost every single time on this game. It gets so real, man. People just keep going and badgering, and doing weird shit. So I don't trust drama anymore at all in Roar. It's like, there's really no reason. It's too big of a risk. You can't even trust people to have a little bit of drama responsibly anymore. Oh, absolutely unhinged. This, like, I've seen some wild unhinged shit in gaming, but never as bad as Roar. At least no one started like a cult like Athene has. Wow, big damage, wow. Tank dying, wow. Other tank got pulled, wow. Could I even res him? Fuck. Shet, if you find a chance to go res him, that'd be super cool. I can't, I have to solo him party. You'd have to go upstairs. God. Don't mind me, I just have 6 broadheads on me. I'm resing, don't die for 1 second. See, this is why I'm glad I swapped to Discipline over Group Cleanse. 'Cause I knew I was gonna be solo healing these guys. It's like, fuck that, I need as much juice as possible. Yeah, there's a lot I can say about that video, but I won't. Why? To avoid unhinged drama. Yeah, manifestos are always fun. Like, look at this damage. Dude, like my Magus is just exploding. Alright, let me fucking, I'll rip him for it. Good luck, boys. And some juice. This NG's has 3% HP. Somebody, there he goes. Solo healing's great, chat. Highly recommend. It's a good time. Good job, Shet. I think you just beat the timer. Like, I think this feels like an AM and 2 Shad's coordinating damage. That's what that feels like. I think. It feels like the double Radiant Lance. Must be nice, dude. I had to spam group heal the entire time. Yeah, I'll see if I can get approval for Realm Watch. Just to have one for when I cast things, so there's no confusion. Matt placed below me and I rolled 197. Alright, chat. I'm cooked. I need food. I need... I don't know. I need Jesus. I need to take a shower. And then, yeah. So let's see who's streaming. 'Twas fun today. Probably more stuff tomorrow. Definitely stuff on Wednesday. On Thursday, we have Last Epoch. We'll do that. Look at all these streamers, man. So who should we check out? Yeah. Vampiro, Broken Safety, Macabre. I don't know, let's see what Vampiro's doing, maybe. He's in a guild warband with Squig. Good enough.